Hi, good morning. I'm going to get started. My name is Bonnie Borda-Hoffaker, and I'm the Chief Clerk of the Nevada State Assembly. And I want to introduce you to the Secretary of the Senate, who is Brendan Busey. He's standing right here. He's going to talk to the people who are moving to the Senate after we close this time down. So we want to welcome you. We're excited to have you in the chamber. And I want to give you just a few things to know about being here. Decorum is of the utmost importance to us, and we want to make sure you know what to do with your mics, your desks. So legislators have their things on your desks where you're sitting. So if you could just not go through their things and not go through the drawers, we would appreciate that very much. Thank you. And the microphones, they work so well that you just need to have them 6 inches from your mouth. I think I'm probably standing too close to this one. And don't yell into them or speak very loudly into the microphone. You can actually blow out the speakers that we have, and they're brand new, so they work great, so you don't have to talk really very loud into the microphone. The touch pads are to your right or left on your desk. They work great. You guys have been raised with touch pads, so I'm not going to talk about them because you're going to do better than our members, so thank you very much. And then cameras. There are cameras everywhere. They're in the hallways. They're in the, well, just be careful. Just think you're always on camera. That's it. Smile. You're always on camera. Someone's always watching. And then I'm going to have, I think Officer Gallup come up, or is it, you're going to talk? I was going to call him doctor. I don't know. He's one of our legislative policemen. He's going to talk to you about what he does here at the legislature. But please have a wonderful day. We have snacks up here. Come ask us questions. We love to help you out when you're in the building. But that's what staff is all here for, is to be helpful. So let us know if we can help you. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. How y'all doing? Good. So before I introduce myself, let's find out what kind of energy we have in the room. And I think you guys are just slightly above the boys, just slightly. So what I'd like to do is just think about a number right now, number between 1 and 10, 10 being outstanding, like the best you could be. So where is everybody, like on a numerical scale? So on the count of 3, I just want you to say your number. Where are you at? How are you feeling today? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, I heard nothing but 10s. I think we've got the best group ever that we've ever had. So let's put that energy to work. So would everybody please join me and stand? Just take a minute. So while you're standing, I want you to take a moment and just imagine that you have a magic wand. And I want you to think about the one thing that you're passionate about. Why are you here today? What are some of the things that you're passionate about? But right now, I want you to think about the one most important thing that you're passionate about. Think about that one thing that might be a change in your community, your city, or even the great state of Nevada. Something that you want to implement, something that you want to change. It might be a new idea or something like that. So I want you to think about that. And think about us having that magic wand. So thinking about what it is, I want you to think now about why you're passionate about it. Why is it an important issue to you? Why is it an important idea to you? And now, if you will, just take about 10 or 15 seconds. And now I want you to turn to your neighbor. It doesn't matter who, because you're all going to be talking at the same time. And I want you to tell them what your idea is, or what your change is, maybe even what your bill is. And I want you to explain to them in the next 15 seconds or so, with some energy, why you think that this is such a great idea. What change is it going to bring? So go ahead and begin. Excellent, excellent. Let's bring it back in 3, 2, 1. Thank you all for participating. If you want to have a seat, make yourselves comfortable. So I've got a few questions now for you to ponder, and no need to answer them out loud. How many emergency exits are in this room? How many emergency exits are in the entryway and the hallway between the entrance where you came in and this room? How many legislative police officers are working today just in this building alone, let alone our entire campus? And did you notice where the nearest emergency exit is? Do you know where the nearest defibrillator is? I hope you said no to all of those questions. And if you did, that's the point. So because your attention was focused on the conversation, it was focused on what you had, that task that you had in front of you. And while you were focused on that conversation and collaborating and visiting with the person next to you, our attention was on the entire environment. We're the ones with those answers. That's our job. And that's what we do as legislative police. So my name is Ken Gallup. I'm a police officer here with the Nevada Legislature. And our mission is to serve and protect the legislative process, legislative employees, elected officials, this historic property, and every citizen who comes here to participate in the legislative process. And that includes all of you here today. So every officer that you see in the building is trained to observe, assess, and respond when needed. What you may not realize is that our officers have already spent their entire career serving communities across the great state of Nevada. Everyone here has already had a great career doing that. And now we bring all of that collective experience. By the way, all the collective experience of the officers in this building are just over 1,000 years of total professional law enforcement service here in the state of Nevada. So our ranks are former detectives, field training officers, supervisors, managers. Some of them are even sheriffs, police chiefs, et cetera, et cetera. So we bring a tremendous amount of experience to that building, or to the building here and to the legislative process. Our officers, our screeners, our dispatchers, and administrative staff work together every single day to help ensure that safety is the priority. That is our job, so that you all can do your jobs and not have to worry about anything. So if you need help, if you have a question or you need directions, you don't feel well, or something just doesn't seem right to you, find one of us. Find the badge, find the uniform, let us know what's going on, and we're happy to answer the question, get you pointed in the right direction, or we will find the answer for you. So enjoy the process, ask questions, and participate. Thank you.
I need to introduce the front desk to you. So starting over here, we have Cindy Latour. She's our history clerk. She keeps track of all the history of every bill that comes through on the desk. Then we have Jason Hadaway, and he is the assistant chief clerk. And he is kind of the conductor of the desk, and he makes sure that everything is in front of me. I don't have to think about it. I just do the work that's in front of me. He's the one who's putting it there. And then we have Caitlin Scruggs, and she is our media clerk. She is my right-hand person, even though she is my right-hand person. Helps me when I can't pronounce words. I lean over to her and say, how do I say that again? She also puts everything onto the screens. She does the research to look at who's coming and puts up pictures that are going to make people feel welcome when they come. Then we have Megan Burke. She does the journal, and the journal is a constitutional requirement to be produced here in the chambers. And what it is a log of everything we do right here. We have minutes in the committees upstairs, but right here we actually produce a journal. And then we have Savannah Argel, and she is our recording clerk, so everything that's said down here, she's recording. She also does an agenda for our members every day, and that's the main thing our members use when they come to their desk, is they have that agenda right in front of them. They know what's going to happen throughout the day. So thank you for being here. We're really excited. We hope you have a great day.
The Nevada Girls State Joint Session will come to order. The Secretary of the Nevada Girls State Senate will call the Senate roll.
Senator Adolph? Here. Senator Beck? Here. Senator Krones? Here. Senator Eccles? Here. Senator Hyder? Here. Senator Jones? Here. Senator Jordan? Here. Senator Lay? Here. Senator Martin. Here. Senator Stone. Here. Senator Yang.
There are 22 Girls State Assemblywomen present. Please stand for the land acknowledgement and remain standing. There are 11 Nevada Girls State Senators present. Chief Clerk of the Assembly will call the Assembly roll. There are 22 Girls State Assemblywomen present. Please stand for the land acknowledgement and remain standing for the invocation by Captain Beck and the Pledge of Allegiance. Senator Martin.
These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous people, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn on their territory. We would also like to acknowledge the painful and heartbreaking history of Indian schools, as we aren't far from Nevada's only Indian boarding school, the Stewart Indian School. Indian schools where kidnapped Indigenous children were taken to have their native cultures taken from them. In order to move forward as whole people, much healing must also be done. We must recognize wrongs done in the past, find ways to reconcile with living descendants, and put into place policies to make sure these histories are not repeated.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Chaplain Beck.
As we gather in this place together, let us take a moment to center ourselves with gratitude. Gratitude for the opportunity to come together, to listen, to speak, and to serve. May we approach outward with open eyes. May we seek wisdom in our discussions, and may we act with integrity, fairness, and respect for one another. Let us remember that our differences are our strengths, and that through collaboration and understanding, we can build a better community for all. May our words carry purpose and our actions reflect courage and kindness. And may we leave this session with that of our state better for having worked together. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaplain Beck. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, sorry. A committee of two consisting of Senator Adolph and Assemblywoman Beck to wait upon Chief Justice of Nevada Girls State Hanzala and escort her into the Assembly chamber. The committee will be about its business. Will the Committee on Escort please escort the Chief Justice to the Chief Clerks at the bar of the Assembly, reading rostrum to administer the oath of office.
Raise your right hands and repeat after me. I do solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Nevada, and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity, to bring dignity and honor to Nevada Girls State. Congratulations.
Madam President, I move that the joint session of the Nevada Girls State Legislature extend its thanks to Chief Justice Canzala of Nevada Girls State for administering the oath of office. I second the motion.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you, Chief Justice. I will now appoint the following committees. A committee of two consisting of Senator Crones and Assemblywoman Guerra to wait upon Her Excellency Governor Chang and escort her into the Assembly chamber. A committee of two consisting of Senator Hayter and Assemblywoman Jung to wait upon the justices of the Supreme Court and escort them into the Assembly chamber. The committees will be about their business. The surgeon. Will the Committee on Escort please escort the justices to their seats? All delegates, please rise. Will the Committee on Escort please escort the Governor to the Chief Clerk's reading rostrum? Please be seated. Governor Chang, it is an honor and a pleasure to welcome you to this joint session of Nevada Girls State, and we invite you to deliver your message.
My heart for entrusting me to serve as your governor. It is truly an honor, and I am incredibly grateful for the confidence you have placed in me. Standing here today is something I will never forget, and it would not have been possible without the support, encouragement, and trust from all of you. My experience at Nevada Girls State has definitely had its ups and downs. When I first arrived, I was excited but also nervous. Like many of you, I came here with goals I wanted to achieve and positions I hoped to earn. One of my first major challenges was running for mayor of my city. I put myself out there and gave it my best effort, but ultimately I lost the election. To be honest, I was very discouraged. At that moment, it felt like I was incapable of winning any other elections given that I lost at the lowest level. I began to question whether I was capable of achieving the goals I had set for myself. But what I learned from that experience is that failure does not define us. What defines us is how we respond to failure. I had a choice. I could let that loss convince me to stop trying, or I could use it as motivation to keep going. Instead of giving up, I decided to take another chance on myself. I ran for county treasurer, and I was fortunate enough to win. Later, I decided to take an even bigger leap and run for governor. Once again, I put myself out there, and I was honored to earn your support. The reason I share this story is not to brag about the positions I won, but because of the message behind it. Success is rarely a straight path. Sometimes the setbacks, disappointments, and obstacles we face become the very things that prepare us for future opportunities. If I had allowed my first loss to stop me, I would never have experienced the growth, friendships, and accomplishments that followed. I know there are many people in this room who have stepped outside of their comfort zones this week. Some of you ran for offices you never thought you would run for. Some of you spoke in front of large groups for the very first time. Some of you introduced yourselves to new people, shared your ideas, or took on leadership roles despite feeling uncertain. Every one of those moments required courage, and that courage is something you should be proud of. I also want all of you to remember something important. Anyone in this room could be standing up here right now. There is nothing that makes me more capable, more deserving, or more qualified than the incredible young woman standing before me. We are all equally capable of achieving great things. The difference is often simply having the courage to believe in yourself and take the opportunity when it presents itself. So if there's one thing I hope you take away from my story, it is this: believe in yourself. Believe in your abilities, your voice, your ideas, and your potential, even when no one else sees it yet. As we continue our time at Girls State and eventually return home, I want to encourage each of you to keep reaching for your goals, even when they seem far-fetched or out of reach. Do not let one setback convince you that your dreams are impossible. Do not let fear of failure stop you from taking opportunities. The people who achieve great things are not the people who never fail. The people who achieve great things are the people who keep moving forward despite failure. As many of us prepare to take the next step towards college and our futures, I want to wish each and every one of you the very best of luck. Whether you already know exactly where you're headed or are still figuring it out, trust in your abilities and the experiences you've gained here. Whether the leadership, resilience, and confidence we've developed at Girls State will stay with us long after this week is over. I have no doubt that the young women in this room will go on to become leaders, innovators, public servants, entrepreneurs, and changemakers. The future is incredibly bright because of the people sitting here today. Thank you again for this incredible opportunity to serve as your governor. I am inspired every day by the talent, intelligence, and devotion that each of you brings to Nevada Girls State. Remember, one loss does not determine your future, one setback does not define your potential, and one obstacle should not stop you from pursuing your dreams. Keep pushing forward, keep believing in yourselves, and keep reaching for the goals that seem impossible, because sometimes those are the goals that end up changing your life. So here's to the next chapter. Here's to college, new opportunities, and big dreams. And most importantly, here's to us girls changing the world. Thank you.
Senator Jones.
Madam President, I move that the joint session of Nevada Girls State Legislature extend its thanks for the competent, able, and timely message of the governor.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. Motion carried unanimously. The Committee on Escort will escort the governor to her station at the press box area of the Assembly Chamber. Please be seated. Order of Business 16, remarks from the floor. Madam Secretary, please read the first proclamation.
Nevada Girls State Assembly and Senate Joint Proclamation Number 1 expresses the appreciation of the Nevada Girls State for the opportunities offered to them in 2025. Whereas Nevada Girls State was privileged to hold its 2026 session, at the University of Nevada, Reno, in Reno, Nevada, where all members enjoyed the generous and gracious hospitality of their hosts, and whereas members of the American Legion Auxiliary, Department of Nevada, and various government officials contributed to making this a most successful session. And whereas members of the Legislative Council Bureau and other government agencies assisted us greatly in the implementation of our program. And whereas many citizens and officials of the state of Nevada helped us to successfully attend our program. And whereas Nevada Girls State was thankful to receive generous financial contributions from members of the community, including the University of Nevada, Reno, and the Nevada Treasurer's Office. And whereas the 2026 session of Nevada Girls State provided an opportunity to gather information about government at all levels, now therefore be it resolved by the Girls State of Nevada, assembled in Carson City, Nevada, on June 23rd, 2026, that the members of the 2026 session express their sincere gratitude and deep appreciation of the American Legion Auxiliary, Department of Nevada, various government officials, members of the Nevada Legislature, and the members of the Legislative Council Bureau who made our participation in Nevada Girls State, made it possible our participation in Nevada Girls State. And be it further resolved that copies of this proclamation be delivered to the Director of the Legislative Council Bureau for transmittal to the participating government entities cited above. And be it further resolved that copies of this proclamation be delivered to the Director of Nevada Girls State for transmittal to other citizens and officials cited above. End of proclamation.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. Motion carried unanimously. Nevada Girls State Joint Proclamation Number 1 is approved. Madam Secretary, please read the second proclamation.
Nevada Girls State Assembly and Senate Joint Proclamation Number 2 expresses the appreciation of Nevada Girls State to the University Police Department Northern Command for being the university sponsor of the 2026 Nevada Girls State session. Whereas Nevada Girls State was privileged to have conducted its session at the University of Nevada, Reno, and whereas the officers and staff of the University Police Department Northern Command served the community and the state of Nevada with honor and distinction, and whereas the citizens of Nevada Girls State have benefited from the wisdom, compassion, and dedication of the officers and staff of the University Police Department Northern Command, and whereas the University Police Department Northern Command has supported Nevada Girls State in innumerable and vital ways that contributed to the ultimate success of the program. And now, therefore, be it resolved by Nevada Girls State, assembled in Carson City, Nevada, on June 23rd, 2026, that the members of the 2026 session express their sincere gratitude and deep appreciation of the support and dedication of the officers and staff of the University Police Department Northern Command, and be it further resolved that copies of this proclamation be delivered to the Director of Nevada Girls State for transmittal to Chief of Police Eric James and Deputy Chief of Police Joshua Reynolds. End of proclamation.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All opposed say no. Motion carried unanimously. Nevada Girls State Joint Proclamation Number 2 is approved. Senator Mendoza.
Madam President, I move that the joint session of the Nevada Girls State Legislature be dissolved. I second the motion.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those opposed say no. Motion carried. Governor Chang, it would be appreciated if you could remain at your station in the Assembly Chamber at all times during the session so that enrolled bills can be delivered to you for consideration of passage or veto. Will the governors go directly to the Senate chamber to begin the legislative business? I declare the joint session hereby dissolved.
Hi, everyone. All right, I just want to remind you that as we move into the separate sessions, every time you are going to speak, you're going to want to push the mic button on your desk to use the microphone so that your voice is clearly recorded and so that the cameras know to go to you. Okay. All right, just a quick reminder. Alrighty, from here, if the senators will please head on over to the Senate chamber. If your first bill that you're following and you're a lobbyist is a Senate bill, you can head on over with them and you'll sit in the Senate gallery to begin. Thanks.
Test, test. You are good.
Good afternoon, Nevada Girls State Assembly and members of the gallery. If you need to use the restroom before we start the session, I ask that you do that in a timely manner now. Thank you. Counselors, if we could start rounding up the assembly and get them back in here so that we may start the session, I would very much appreciate it. Assemblywomen, please find your seats. And please stay in your seats. Thank you. I can't know who we're missing if people are still moving. All right. How many Assemblywomen are we missing? Okay. Hi, I have the QR code. Thank you. Also, if you are having any difficulty with Wi-Fi or with service, please join the legislature's Wi-Fi. Thank you so much. Yep. It'll give you access to everything. Okay. Perfect. Okie dokie. I think we have everyone. Oh no, Lucy's missing. Hi. All right. Mia, please be seated when you have a second. Thank you. Okie dokie. So before we get started, I have a couple of not ground rules, right? But just I want to go over some things. After vote. Oh, thank you. I was majority. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes. I'm sorry? Yes. Yes. While we're here, everyone has access to the legislation, yes? Okay, cool. If you lose it at any point, you click out of it or whatever, I have the QR code up here as well. All right, so first and most importantly, when you would like to speak on the floor, you are going to hit the speak button, right? So the button that, it says speak, right? I'm not crazy, it says speak? The little button to vote, or to, yes. Request to speak, yes. Thank you, yes. So that is what you're gonna hit, so that way it's going to transmit that you want to speak to Lucy. She can see it on her screen, and that way she can see, and it shows in order who is requested to speak. So that way she knows, right? When you want to speak, I'm gonna have you hold up your little sign that says the thumbs up or thumbs down. That way, if you want to speak in favor of legislation, you're going to have the thumbs up. If you want to speak opposing the legislation, you're going to have the thumbs down. And that way we know if everyone is thumbs up, we can just vote and keep it moving, right? And get to more legislation. When you are called upon to speak, you're going to rise with the microphone, and then you're going to hit the mic button to speak so that we can actually hear you and so that it's on the cameras. You should all soon be receiving links to the live stream if you haven't already. Courtney and Dilly, we're going to put it in our Discord so that it can be sent to y'all. When you rise to speak, please say, I rise to speak either in favor or in opposition, right? So if I were to speak, I'd be rising, and I'd say, thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition of this legislation. Some rules of decorum: you are not to refer to any of your fellow Assemblywomen directly. So if I heard a comment from, Assemblywoman Morrow, and I was like, oh, I disagree with that, right? I'd say a previous speaker or one of my fellow Assemblywomen or something like that. You're not going to be like, Assemblywoman Morrow, that was wrong, right? Please don't do that. Trying to think. We will be following the order of prioritization of the bills. I have them here. Is there any questions before we get started? Yes. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I meant Courtney and Dayla sent it to our Discord as a counselor, so the counselor should be texting it to y'all at some point, right? And just again, if you don't have service, make sure to join the Wi-Fi. Also, I wanted to mention, I'll get you 1 second, Sydney. We were, fortunate enough to get some lovely snacks from the legislative staff. I would prefer that y'all not eat those on the floor, please, just so that we don't risk making a mess. Certainly do not eat them while we are actually speaking and voting, please. If I look over and hear munching of pretzels, I think I may perish. So please focus in on the voting, on the legislation, yada, yada. Sydney, you had a question. Okay, sure, come on down and Courtney's gonna come check with you real quick. Okay, no worries. Any additional questions? Okay. I will ask for your patience while we get in the flow of things. It doesn't matter how many times I do this, I forget the script every single time. So it'll take Lucy and I a bit to get in the flow, but yeah, we will figure it out, and y'all are gonna have a fantastic time. All right, anything else? Okay, y'all are gonna have a great time. If you do have any questions at any time, yes. Yes, both sessions will be running at the same time. Yeah. Yes. If you are not an assembly person, or an assemblywoman, so if you are in the gallery, you are welcome to go see bills in the Senate at any time. You are welcome to cross back and forth. My pages, as long as we have like 2 or 3 pages in the room at all times, I don't care where y'all are at, it's totally fine. Just make sure you're not leaving us abandoned with no pages. And that's actually, good point. For my folks in the gallery who are on their phones, yeah, exactly. So I'll just make this, very clear just this one time. I understand y'all will be using your phones for your legislation. That's totally fine. The counselors will be keeping an eye on everyone, right? And if anyone is using social media or just not paying attention on your phone, we will be, one, quite disappointed because this is quite an opportunity to be wasted. And yeah, just please don't do that. Please, please, please. This is a really unique opportunity that not very many people get. So please do not waste it by kind of zoning out, Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, anything else? Alrighty, dighty. We're gonna get started then. If you need anything else, let us know, but otherwise, yeah.
The Nevada Girls State Assembly will come to order of business number 12, general file and third reading. The chief clerk will read the first bill.
An act that will change the Buckley City seal design and all depictions of it. End of bill.
Is there any sort of feeling or debate that we want to talk about specifically? Okay. Oh. Yes, Lopez, Nelly Lopez.
I do want to say that the idea of having antlers kind of depicts a male representation of a deer, unless it's a different species, is all I can say. And also, I rise to kind of oppose the bill, but I do like the idea of baddies, Buckley baddies.
Perfect. All right, thank you. Does anyone else have any other things that they want to say for or against this bill? No? Perfect. Yes? This is a non-revenue bill, all right. So this bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Okay, now y'all can vote using the little buttons next to you. Remember, yay is to change the seal, and nay is to not change the seal. So there's little buttons next to you. Green means you would like to change the seal. Red means you would not like to change the seal. If this fails, I think Courtney might murder me. Oh my gosh. Why did I open up any debate on this at all? Mia, are you ready to vote? Oh.
All right. There are 16 yeas, or 6 nays. Simple majority is 12, so it passes.
The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed.
You won't clap after every bill, but that was so fun. I figured we should clap. All right, that was great. Okay, any questions for our first round? No? Okay, that was fantastic, y'all. Good job. Do you have it ready? Do you got to do the little paper thing? Okay, okay. All right, and then, did you already get the pencil? Thank you. Okay, so, 1 second.
All right, the chief clerk may read the next bill.
An act that will establish the official anthem for the city of Matthews, Nevada Girls State. End of bill.
Yes, Lily Lopez.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I think it was very creative of them, and I think it was an amazing opportunity. I would have never came up with such a beautiful song, and I think it's just a girlhood song that I think it should pass. Thank you.
Don't forget when you press the to speak thing, hold up your neck.
Yes, Assemblywoman Stark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because its words are kind and show the true nature of Matthews City. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The chief clerk will call the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? The bill, having received a constitutional majority, voted unanimously, I declare it passed. Yes. The chief clerk may now read the next bill.
Assembly Bill Number 5, an act that requires the state of Nevada to establish a luxury tax surcharge of 2% on high-end hygiene and cosmetic products of $50 or more in order to fund the Silver State General Assistance Program and state-administered cash benefit infrastructure to include menstrual hygiene products. End of bill.
Yes, Assemblymember Williams. No? All right.
Are we allowed to ask questions? Like, because I heard beforehand.
Yes, Assemblymember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Since there will be a luxury tax surcharge and it is specific, it will take high-end hygiene products and we'll be able to fund necessity-based hygiene products such as tampons and pads, which would help out the women who cannot afford these products. And it will also bridge the wealth gap between the ones who can afford the luxury items and the ones who need the basic necessities for hygiene. Thank you.
Yes, Assemblymember Mia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because I can only imagine how uncomfortable these women are without having the proper necessities. So I am in support of this bill. Thank you.
Yes, Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I believe that this bill will be a strong step forward for our state. We currently have a huge problem of period poverty. We have ourselves spoken to individuals who have been forced to use plastic bags and dirty socks for their own menstruation. This bill allows fee waivers and allows vouchers to add menstrual products to a list of an emergency fund to end period poverty in our state. The tax is feasible as it's only on luxury goods. If individuals who are able to pay for luxury beauty items have the money to pay for these, they are then able to pay for this basic necessity and basic human right of having something as a basic hygiene product for low income and other needy individuals. Overall, I support this bill. Thank you.
Delegates, I would like to remind you that if you have put in a request to speak, I need y'all to hold up your opposition or support thing so that we know if we're just calling on support after support after support. Thank you.
Yes, Assemblymember Lily Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because as a woman, I think we should all have the chance to have free hygiene. I do agree on the fact that we should put a 2% tax on these luxury products just because if we are able to afford these luxury makeup products, then we should be able to change this law and have free hygiene. As a woman, I would be so uncomfortable to wear a sock, and plus, you could get so much diseases out of that, and it's so uncomfortable. Thank you.
Can everyone please hold up if they're voting in affirmation? Perfect, okay. All right, we will have one more speaker, Assemblymember Huang. Sorry if I butcher your name.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. This bill addresses a documented gap. Menstrual products are the most requested but least donated items in the state of Nevada. As well as that, it helps schools attendance and workplace participation for low-income individuals. And lastly, products covered are basic health necessity, not optional luxuries. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Delegates? Okay, all right, never mind. Has everyone had the opportunity to put in their vote? Okay.
The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The Chief Clerk may now read the next bill.
Order of business number 7, messages from the Senate. To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day passed SB number 1. Senate Bill Number 1, an act that will establish the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Alpharetta in Nevada Girls State. End of bill.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The chief clerk will now call the roll.
Delegates, just for clarity, your only options for voting is yay or nay. My apologies, I probably should have clarified that. Thank you so much. Hafen and Padilla, if you could please change your vote, thank you.
Does anyone wish to change their vote? The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The chief clerk may now read the next bill.
Assembly Bill 22, an act that will mandate that employers provide paid maternity leave with job security for a minimum of 6 weeks for vaginal births and 8 weeks for cesarean births. End of bill.
Yes, Assemblymember Stark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Mothers, this bill is in the best interest of both the mothers and the child. It has been shown that with unpaid maternity leave, it leaves stress on the mothers, which can then correlate to the baby in diseases like sudden death or sudden death syndrome, cysts, and also it lowers postpartum depression. Thank you so much.
Yes, Assemblymember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition of this bill. While I would 100% support paid leave for maternity mothers who are leaving their employment for 8 weeks or 6 weeks, there is no specific tax or funding that could go into this. And then if you take it just from the company, they will lose their money for no work in return. And I also believe that whether it is a small business or a large business, while it should benefit the mothers, it should not take away from the company itself. Thank you.
Yes, Assemblymember Reyes-Guerrero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because when women are pregnant, they are basically disabled, and many disabled people get paid when they need medical leave, so I also believe that maternity leave should be paid for these women. Thank you very much.
Assemblymember Castellion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because they are so close to being in labor. They should have time to rest, and it would really, it would not benefit the mother if they are working, and being paid would help the mother raise their children. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The chief clerk will call the roll. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The chief clerk may now read the next bill.
To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day passed Senate Bill 2. Senate Bill 2, an act that will amend the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Connally in Nevada Girls State. End of bill.
Yes, Assemblymember Williams. Anyone requesting to speak? No further debate. We will now move to vote. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The chief clerk will now call on the roll. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The chief clerk may now read the next bill.
Assembly Bill Number 9, an act that will establish the Nevada Minor Marriage Safeguards Act to add additional protections for the marriage of a minor authorized pursuant to Nevada law, and that will require any minor seeking judicial approval to marry to be provided independent legal counsel, a confidential judicial interview, and an evaluation by a qualified professional to ensure that the marriage is voluntary and in the best interests of the minor. End of bill.
Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition of this bill. While the bill has a noble aim of protecting child marriages in our state of Nevada, it has intense consequences if you actually look at what the bill does. the bill requires psychological and other evaluations outside of the typical consensual marriage court, which upon if the individual does not consent to the marriage, or if the individual fails a psychological evaluation, they will be villainized and they will be victimized by both A, their families, B, the families of the spouse, and C, their communities. We have to remember that those who are forced into these marriages are often done so because of immense pressure of those surrounding them. If this bill were to pass, the consequences would go on to the individual that the bill is trying to protect. Those who fail, or those who do not consent, or those who do not pass psychological evaluations will be seen as the villain. They will be seen as the person who has failed the marriage and who has failed what the marriage was trying to do as a whole. Additionally, the tax is on the actual gross rather than the net income, which unfairly taxes these small businesses that operate in Las Vegas of the adult stores, which are unable to then support themselves if they are taxed heavily to support the fund. Secondly, the fund is not needed because we have no way to ensure where these funds are going, how these funds are going, and it just simply says it will be done to the implementation of this bill. I ask, where are these funds going? What requiring psychological evaluations are going to these bills? Is it paid for by this fund, or are the individual victims, are the individuals that this bill is trying to protect passed on to these costs of these evaluations? Thank you.
Assemblymember Padilla.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I think that Nevada needs to do all they can to protect these young girls being forced into these situations, and usually, involuntary, right? I think that while the Assemblywoman made a great point, I think that it's much better to face, social shame from their families than be forced into a marriage and relationship where they could face either domestic violence or any kind of abuse like that, being forced into a marriage where they might have to carry the role of mothership and any other duties. Thank you.
Assemblymember Ari Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support for this bill. Marriage is one of the most important legal and personal decisions a person can make. And when that decision involves a minor, we have a responsibility to ensure it is truly voluntary and in the minor's best interest. The bill does not eliminate the ability of a minor to marry under the Nevada law. Instead, it creates important safeguards by providing independent legal counsel, a confidential interview with a judge, and an evaluation by a qualified professional that can better determine whether a minor understands the decision they are making, whether they are being pressured or concerned. These protections help ensure that minors have a voice in the process and that their rights and well-being are prioritized. Marriage should never be the result of fear, pressure, or manipulation. It should be a choice made freely and a fully understanding of its consequences. The legal balance individuals' circumstances with the state's responsibility to protect young people. It strengthens oversight without taking away judicial discretion and helps ensure that every approved marriage involving a minor is entered into safely and voluntarily. For these reasons, I feel that we should approve the bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because everyone deserves to have a voice in marriage, especially since it is a very serious process. And if a minor is involved, that's much more of a responsibility, like other previous Assemblywomen have said. It would be a really good to check if it is what the minor truly wants. That's all.
Assemblymember Mia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I support this bill because it protects children and ensures the major life decisions are made when individuals are legally and emotionally prepared. Every young person deserves the opportunity to focus on educational, personal growth, and future opportunities without the pressure to enter marriage at an early age. This legislation promotes safety, supports long-term well-being, and reinforces the importance of protecting the rights of minors. I respectfully encourage the support of this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Beck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. This is because when minors are put into marriage under the age, it is hard for them to get divorce attorneys, and they're put in a position where they're vulnerable and they might not know who they are married to, and it could cause many issues and traumatize minors. Within just the year, there's lots of issues that can happen. Jobs can be taken away. Full, complete control can happen when you are in a position like this. Thank you.
Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I once again rise in opposition to this bill. While I appreciate my colleagues' points, I do believe that they are honorable. However, we must consider who this bill will actually affect. Firstly, the want to protect minors is noble. However, this bill only extends to individuals who are 16, 17, 15. The second that these individuals turn 18, they will be coerced into these marriages. If we have this bill and if we have these evaluations and the individuals do not consent when they're 17, they can simply be coerced and pressured when they're 18. That then still leaves them in the relations. And secondly, I'd like to draw an interesting point about the psychological evaluations and the mental conditions of those who are participating. This bill requires comprehensive psychological evaluations which talk about the victim's mental state and if they are able to consent in a marriage. However, this could be quickly strained by professionals. For example, if I had a history of depression in middle school or in high school, or if I was diagnosed with certain disorders, mental disorders, and I want to marry an individual, I am in the right state of mind, but the psychologist deems me as, quote, mentally ill and unable to consent, I am now unable to marry who I want to marry simply because of past histories of mental illness or current instability. Thus, I urge that we oppose this bill because we have to think about who it might affect and the unintended consequences of the bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Cap.
I support this bill because many minors are forced into marriage and it could end up getting hurt, sexually harassed, and much more. This legal counsel professional evaluation, the bill ensures that any minor marrying is making decisions voluntary and understands the responsibilities involved. These safeguards put the safety and well-being of the minor first while creating a fair consent process across Nevada. Thank you.
This bill has reached the end of its time period. We will now move on to voting. This vote is on a non-revenue bill. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Chief Clerk will now call the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? The bill, having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. The Chief Clerk may now read the next bill.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Senate. Senate Chamber, Carson City, June 23rd, 2026. To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day passed SB 3. Nevada Girl State Senate Bill Number 3, an act that will amend the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Connally in Nevada Girl State. End of bill.
Is there any discussion? Remember, you have to request. No discussion? Assemblymember Mia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because this picture provides good intention of our city, and I believe that it shows and represents our flag really well and who the people we are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other commentary? We will now move to voting. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Chief Clerk will now call the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 21 in favor and 1 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The Chief Clerk may now read the next bill.
Nevada Girl State Assembly Bill Number 8, an act that will require the temporary seizure of firearms by law enforcement during domestic violence calls to reduce the number of domestic violence homicides in Nevada. End of bill.
The floor is now open to discussion. Yes, Mia Lopez, Assemblymember Mia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I support this bill because it takes important steps towards reducing domestic violence and protecting vulnerable individuals and families. Everyone deserves to feel safe in their own home, free from fear, abuse, and harm. By strengthening prevention efforts, increasing access to support services, and holding offenders accountable, this legislation promotes a safer communities and improves the well-being of those affected by domestic violence. I respectfully encourage to support this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Spindon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support. Since the act does not mandate searches for firearms, only the removal of firearms that are seen or known to be present. In accordance with state law, officers may conduct a search if they determine a situation to be emergency or exigency. Thank you.
Assemblymember Phillips Artis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill. I believe that we should protect domestic violence victims, and if that means taking away firearms, then I support this bill. Thank you.
With permission of the body, I request to speak on this bill. Specifically, I would like to talk about how the fact that this is not infringing on any Second Amendment rights, and this is specifically protecting women, or anyone for that matter, that are in a situation with an abuser that has a specific firearm, and if they are found within a certain courtroom to not be guilty of that abuse, that firearm will be returned if it is done so within a lawful situation. Thank you. Assemblymember Nelly Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I would simply like to say that this bill is already in effect in New York and does show a rise and it does show a rise in less domestic violence general in the city, is what it shows in this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Like our Speaker of House has said, this does not infringe on any amendment rights. This is because they are only withholding the firearms instead of taking away completely. Also, they do not need any warrant for this because they are not searching the home. They are only taking firearms that are known and seen by the officers. Additionally, this would prevent a heated domestic abuse from turning into a homicide, and it provides a safety measure until due process can occur. Thank you.
Assemblymember Huang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Nevada continues to face serious domestic violence crisis. In fact, between 70 to 76% of domestic violence homicides in our state involve a firearm. Research also shows that presence of a firearm in a domestic violence situation increases the risk of homicide by 500%. Domestic violence situations are often highly emotional and can escalate in a matter of seconds. Even experienced officers may not always be able to accurately predict the level of danger it presents. By establishing a clear procedure for temporarily removing firearms for the scene, this bill helps protect victims, children's, neighbor, and the community, even responding officers during the dangerous moments of the domestic violence incident. When a policy has the potential to save lives while respecting due process and preserving legal ownership rights, it is a policy worth supporting. Thank you.
Assemblymember Lily Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry. I raise I raise in opposition to this bill because, yes, it is making the community better, but it doesn't say. It only says that it's only visible, so people is still able to hide their arms. Their guns literally anywhere. Like, people could be so sneaky, you won't even you know what? I'm gonna stop. Thank you. Never mind.
Assemblymember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise again in support of this bill. I just wanted to make it sure that the temporarily removing firearms in a domestic abuse case can also benefit the officers because they cannot have any complaints on whether they are removing the firearms for unjust or discriminatory reasons. Thank you.
Any other requests for discussion? Assemblymember Griffith.
I am in support of this bill, and although they can hide it, officers do have the right to search. But I do feel like this can like taking away the firearm. It would allow the victim to speak freely without being injured or in risk of being injured, and it would overall just protect them and make them feel more safe.
Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Once again, I believe my colleagues have all said great points. One thing that I would like to bring in discussion is the impact of the actual seizure themselves. Currently, the law is that officers may seize the weapons if they see them, if they find them, but they also may not. This leaves it at the discretion of the police officer rather than the bill mandates it. What this invites is discriminatory and possibly racialized practices of seizing weapons from certain individuals, from certain communities, while letting others have other things. I believe that the law should be applied equally and equitably, so I believe that this bill, and specifically the mandate of seizure, would allow for the greater equitable dispense of justice at the hands of our police department. Thank you.
Any other discussion? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The chief clerk will now call the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 21 in favor and 1 against. This bill, having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The chief clerk may now read the next bill.
Before I read the next bill, I just want to let everyone know we are working out a technical issue with some of the raise your hand buttons. So for right now, if everyone could just actually raise their hand to speak. So use your whole little guy to raise your hand. Okay? That's okay, we'll fix it. Thank you. Is everyone okay with that, please? Okay, thank you. This was 8. I'll just do it that way. No worries. All right. Messages from the Nevada Girls State Senate. Senate Chamber, Carson City, June 23rd, 2026. To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day passed Assembly Bill number 1, Assembly Bill number 2, Assembly Bill number 5, and did not pass Senate Bill number 5 and Senate Bill number 9. Messages from the Nevada Girls State Senate, Senate Chamber, Carson City, June 23rd, 2026. To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day passed Senate Bill number 4. Nevada Girls State Senate Bill number 4. An act that will establish the position of student wellness representative within the Davis County School District. The student wellness representative shall serve as a non-voting member of the local school board and shall provide student perspectives regarding mental health, student well-being, and issues affecting the educational environment. The representative shall attend school board meetings, present concerns and recommendations on behalf of students, and serve as a liaison between the student body and the school board. End of bill.
Assemblymember Nelly Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I believe that many counselors in the school district do not really understand, probably, the kind of embarrassment or feeling of exposing yourself to someone you don't really know, and the ability to have people that are experienced in the mental health kind of lesion would be able to coax them into a more comfortable situation to be able to talk. And there's also the idea that if you really do speak on your mental health, you could be kind of exposed in a way and be held, and it's not a good idea to feel. Thank you.
Assemblymember Beck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. This is because with establishing more resources to those students who are suffering, there's multiple evaluations during the year that are offered to every student to take quizzes, anonymous quizzes, to the student body. However, it gives you support of what issues are around the school, how you are feeling, and any issues that can happen. And there's many programs that are private, like Safe to Tell, and on-call things you can contact with in order to feel protected.
Assemblymember Stark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I think that issues regarding students' mental health is often overlooked, and bringing it front and center to the Board of Trustees would really help provide direct contact with these issues and help bring more awareness to them. Thank you.
Assemblymember Castellan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Since there are many students that we really don't know how they actually feel, if we bring it front and center, like she said, people would feel more belonged. And I think if there's a huge population that supports and joins these organizations, group programs, etc., people will most likely want to join and actually tell everyone how they feel and what they are really feeling. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to rise in opposition of this bill. Like my other fellow Assemblywoman said, these school districts already have mandated surveys that they require students to take, so they're already seeing the results of those. They're seeing the statistics. Why would we need another person to come in and just say that in person when they are already seeing the results of this? That's just another person that the school district would have to pay and another person that would need to be employed when they already see the results of these surveys. They already provide resources like Safe Voice and also licensed counselors that they could see. Thank you very much.
Assemblymember Mia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I support this bill because it ensures that students have a voice in discussions about mental health and well-being. Students experiencing challenges of school firsthand and their perspectives can help schools board make informed decisions. By creating a student wellness representative position, this legislation strengthens communication between students and school leaders, promotes students' involvement, and helps schools better and address of the needs of the students. I respectfully encourage the support of this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Reyes Guerrero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, but I want to mention something that a previous Assemblywoman mentioned, which is the student surveys that school districts provide. I think many students tend to lie to not cause worry for counselors or teachers that are involved in the school. So I think by having an in-person counselor, we'll be able to tell more of what their issues are going on, whether it's at home or school. Thank you.
Assemblymember oh, sorry, that's just a thing. Assemblymember Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill due to it lacks clear qualifications and accountability. It does not accurately state how these students will be selected, and without clear standards, it could become more of a popularity contest. And I believe that mental health professionals are already provide expertise, and like school counselors, psychologists, and social workers who are already trained to help address the students' wellness and concerns. And the school boards may better serve by consulting professionals rather than student-based opinions. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I rise in opposition of this bill. Like another Assemblywoman said, talking about these surveys. Again, there are anonymous things that students can do if they don't feel, for example, if they feel embarrassed or they don't want to say anything. But at the end of the day, if there's a student that is suffering, they are always encouraged to reach out for help. And if you don't ever tell anyone, you're not able to receive help, and that's kind of not the school district's fault. How can they know if somebody really needs help if they don't say anything, right? Thank you.
Any other discussion? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The chief clerk will now call on the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 13 in favor and 9 against. This bill, having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The chief clerk may now read the next bill.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Senate. Senate Chamber, Carson City, June 23rd, 2026. To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day did not pass Senate Bill 16, Senate Bill 5, and did pass Assembly Bill 22 and Assembly Bill 8. Nevada Girls State Assembly Bill number 21, an act that will require all Nevada hospitals to refrain from charging uninsured patients significantly more than the rate usually negotiated by health insurance companies for the same medically necessary service. End of bill.
Assemblymember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Already in Nevada, the hospital costs are high, especially for emergency rooms. The average cost for uninsured patients is $2,800 per visit. This would be very detrimental to patients who come in as low income or immigrant citizens. So by passing this bill, the hospitals wouldn't be able to charge too much for uninsured patients, but would still be able to keep their hospital operating costs. Thank you.
Assemblymember Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because the uninsured rate for patients, especially in Nevada, is around 10.8%. So that's 10.8% of the population who are uninsured. So it would be very unfair to these individuals, considering 1 in 3 uninsured Nevadans are immigrants, because sometimes insurance, like with the paperwork and everything, can be very complex, and language barriers are a thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Assemblymember Jung.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. In Nevada, over 300,000 residents are uninsured. For many of these individuals, getting sick or injured creates a health problem as well as a financial one. One of the biggest issues is that uninsured patients are often charged with full listed prices for medical care, while insured companies negotiate significantly lower rates for the exact same treatment. This means that the people who can least afford healthcare are frequently the ones paying the highest prices. Assembly Bill 21 helps address this unfairness by preventing hospitals from charging uninsured patients dramatically more than the rates already negotiated with insurance providers for medically necessarily care. Whether someone needs emergency treatment, surgery, or even sorts of testing, they should not face excessive costs simply because they do not have the insurance. The bill does not make healthcare free, and it does not prevent hospitals from being compensated for the services they provide. Instead, it will create a more reasonable and transparent pricing system, and it will help us better understand what they're being charged and why. For these reasons, I believe that we should support Assembly Bill 21. Thank you.
Assemblymember Sprinden. Assemblymember Mia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I support this bill because no one should be charged significantly more for medical care simply because they do not have the health insurance. Uninsured patients are often among the most financially vulnerable, and higher medical bills can create serious financial hardship. This legislation promotes fairness and by ensuring that uninsured patients are charged rates that are more consistent with what insurance companies negotiate for the same services. By making health care costs more reasonable and transparent, this bill helps protect Nevada families and improves access to necessary medical care. I respectfully encourage support of this legislation. Thank you.
Assemblymember Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill as it allows for transparency with the medical bills that hospitals give. Just because you are uninsured does not mean that you cannot have good representation, just because insurance companies know how to properly represent their clients. And so I really think that the state should back uninsured individuals. And this bill should do so, yeah.
Assemblymember Beck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I support this bill because some people do not have the proper insurance due to disability, and unable to pay, making them feel as if they cannot get medical attention that they need. This results in lots of major issues that could be prevented if it was more affordable for people to pay for these medical expenses from emergency rooms and whatever they need. And this also makes big issues with, because a lot of people use or have a medical insurance because they can either afford it or they work a job that provides that for them. However, people with disabilities cannot work these jobs and do not have that experience.
Is there any opposition to this bill? If there is, please raise. Assemblymember Padilla.
Thank you very much. I rise in opposition to this bill. While some good points have been made, let's talk about it though. Why, if we're not going to charge people who don't have insurance, then what would be the purpose of getting insurance at all? If I could afford insurance, why would I want to buy it if I know that people who don't have it just aren't going to have to pay the same amount that I'm going to pay because I do have insurance? Right? What is the need for it? It takes away the need for people to want to buy insurance. Thank you.
If you are against, a reminder to raise your bill or your thing. Assemblymember Williams.
So it's kind of more of a question, but also like an insight. How does it fare with an existing law, the No Surprise Act, which already enables uninsured patients to receive some good faith estimates and stuff like that? So I was wondering what differentiates it from that act, essentially.
Thank you. That is all the time that we will have for this bill. This bill requires a simple majority vote in order to pass. The Chief Clerk will now call the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 19 in favor and 3 against. This bill, having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The Chief Clerk may now read the next bill.
Messages from the Nevada Girl State Senate. Senate Chamber, Carson City, June 23rd, 2026. To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day did not pass Senate Bill 17 and did pass Senate Bill 29. Nevada Girl State Senate Bill number 29. An act that will establish a 0.5% excise tax on recreational marijuana sales in the state of Nevada to fund the Nevada Student Food Access Program, which will partner with school districts, food banks, and nonprofit organizations to provide free meals to homeless and food insecure youth during summer breaks and other school closures. End of bill.
Assemblymember Jung.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. In Nevada, there are 17,000 students who are identified as experiencing some sort of homelessness during the 2022 to 2023 school year. Many of these students rely on the free meals that their school provides during the school year. However, during off seasons such as summer or winter break, they are unable to access that food. One major barrier is transportation. While food banks exist and many programs are already there in support, many students simply cannot get to them. At the same time, many school bus drivers work on contracts tied to the academic calendar. Although they often have what is called reasonable assurance that they will return to work the following year, typically they do not earn new wages during the summer months unless summer work is provided. Our bill addresses both issues. Senate Bill 29 creates the Nevada Student Food Access Program, which uses school buses to transport meals to designated pickup locations, including regular bus stops. We already know that these students can access the locations during the school year, making it pretty feasible to do that similar thing. Also, making it an environment where it is very familiar, convenient, and reliable makes it very easy for meal distribution, rather than requiring homeless and food insecure youth to find transportation to a meal site. We bring the meal directly into the communities where they already gather. By using existing infrastructures and a small 0.5 tax on recreational marijuana sales, we can help ensure that Nevada's most vulnerable youth do not go hungry when school is out. Thank you.
Assemblymember Castellon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support of this bill. There are many students who struggle with food because there isn't enough at home. Many students rely on breakfast and lunch because they don't have enough. And definitely during summer break, winter break, fall break, etc., students won't have enough. And I think that students really need their food because they don't have enough. And sometimes I think that there isn't enough for everyone, because some kids could get few of their food and some of them need a little more. So I think funding would really help to get it to everyone and maybe more so the students can feel themselves a little more. Thank you.
Assemblymember Cap.
I support this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support this bill because no child should go hungry when school is out of session. This bill uses small tax on recreational marijuana sales to help provide meals to food insecure and homeless students, ensure they have access to food year-round. I urge your support. Thank you.
Assemblymember Williams.
Okay, so basically, I am kind of not from Nevada. I did come from California, and my district I'm living proof that a program exactly like this absolutely works. I was essentially struggling, or my parents were, when I was 8 years old, essentially, and during the summer, during the school year, I would get fed lunches by this, free lunches, essentially, but in the summertime, there would be none, except for when the school districts would provide them for me. Granted, I did have to drive, so it's a bit different from this bill here. But it's very successful, and it changes communities, and it feeds underprivileged kids whose parents are just struggling in horrible communities. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to advocate for.
Assemblymember Griffith.
I rise in support of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say that such a small tax on such an addictive drug can really help feed kids and really make an impact, because once again, no child should be left hungry, and those addicted will be willing to pay such a small tax for their marijuana. Thank you.
Assemblymember Lily Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because many Nevada students rely on free school meals, but during summer and school breaks, some families struggle to provide enough food. This bill uses a small 0.5% tax on recreational marijuana sales to fund a program that delivers meals directly to students through schools, food banks, and bus routes. No child should have to worry about what their next meal will come from. I respectfully ask you. Never mind. Thank you.
Any other discussion? This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass. The chief clerk will now open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 22 in favor and 0 against. This bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The chief clerk may now read the next bill.
Assembly Bill 34, an act that will reduce the cost of essential baby products for families in Nevada. End of bill.
Assemblymember Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is more of a questioning thing. How exactly is this going to be funded exactly? It seems like something that would require something to be taxed, so this could be lowered for families to afford these much easier. Of course, this is a really good bill to consider, but it's just the funding is where I'm wondering, what's going to be taxed in return for this to be cheaper so families can afford it much easier. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Assemblymember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition of this bill. According to the State of Nevada Department of Taxation, there's already a Senate Bill 428 that exempts diapers from sales and the use of tax in Nevada. Also, just like my fellow assembly member has said, there is no tax or funding to be put into this to make the products cheaper, and it does not specify which state incentives would be provided to the companies that discount baby products. Thank you.
Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like my colleagues, I rise in opposition of this bill. While I believe that the aim is once again noble, I do believe that I have questions about the funding mechanisms because we have small businesses that make baby products and small companies that rely on full cost. Baby products aren't something that are super expensive unfairly. They're not something that's super inflated. And if so, we have other methods of regulating them, such as fee waivers that could go through a federally or state recognized program. Rather, I just believe that this bill does not outline enough how it's going to happen and how this would affect the companies and the businesses who are trying to sell these products. Thank you.
Assemblymember Octon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition of this bill as my fellow assemblywomen have before me. So I realize that this bill is in best notice, as my fellow assemblywomen have said, and they're probably thinking about low-income or young teen parents while making this bill. However, my only concern is about Section 1 specifically, which is where the money will come from in order to establish the program. Thank you.
A brief reminder to just hold your sign up so I can see. Thank you. Assemblymember Mia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I have heard countless of stories of women stealing from the stores to provide these items for their incoming babies, and I believe we should support this bill because no mother should have to steal basic necessities for their children without having any money to provide for it. I believe that every child deserves access to basic items in need for a healthy start in life, and no parent should have to struggle to afford these necessities that every child needs. I am all in support of this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Stark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition of this bill. Although this bill has very good ideas and is a great concept at heart, it does not outline specifically enough where the money will come from and how it will affect the current cost of those products. Thank you.
That is all the time we have left for this bill. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Chief Clerk will now call the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 4 in favor and 18 against. This bill, having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. The Chief Clerk may now read the next bill.
Before the Chief Clerk reads the next bill, I just wanted to let you all know that excuse me, everyone should have access to the request to speak button now, so please go ahead and continue using that. I would like to make a big reminder. Please hold these up after you request to speak so we can see who is requesting for what, so that everyone gets a chance to speak and so that there's some actual debate on the floor, right? As a note, we are actually going to be breaking 10 minutes early today because we know everyone wants to use the restroom and would like a break. So we're actually going to be leaving for lunch at about 12:05. Yep, laptops stay open. So I just wanted to give you all that heads up. So if you're kind of feeling like you need to use the restroom or you're getting kind of fidgety, just hold on. You got this. Okay. All right. So 12:05. All right. So moving forward. To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day did not pass AB 21. Assembly Bill 34, an act that will reduce the cost. Assembly Bill 25, an act that relates to student health and safety that establishes statewide heat safety standards for school-sponsored athletic activities, that requires emergency heat illness protocols, and that provides for other matters properly relating thereto. End of bill.
Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Athletes across our state are faced with immense pressure to perform, whether it's on the track field or on the softball field. They need to perform at their highest level for every game, every practice, and every single time that they step on that field. They are unable to do so when the beating sun is on them and is compromising their health directly. Coaches may say, tough it out, or you're fine, we have a game to do, which leads the health of these athletes to be compromised. This is an unsustainable practice that needs to be stopped. This bill provides clear regulations and clear standards for exactly what temperatures, what times, and what practices should be taken in the case of extreme heat. I believe that this bill should be strongly passed to protect our student athletes and to protect our students as a whole. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because I think this protects our athletes. There have already been cases where football players have been burned on the turf, leaving them second and third degree burns on their hands, runners collapsing from tracks being super hot, and heat-related illnesses can cause severe brain damage. If people do collapse, a certain amount of times, it can give significant brain damage, and athletes are just totally more vulnerable to, getting heat stroke or just dehydrated. So please protect our athletes. Thank you.
Assemblymember Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Our athletes have been put as leaders, having so much expectations academically and physically. With the temperatures of Nevada being really hot, and sometimes even just going bipolar at times in certain areas, or just going hot or cold. I have seen injuries, like people getting their ankles sprained, collapsing even, as a student athlete. It would be very important for us to have more accessible sources and everything, like shade and immediate help being sought for athletes in case, and also for these athletes to be listened to especially. Thank you.
I would also like to open up the floor to anyone who is against this bill. All right, Assemblymember Cap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill. Nevada's extreme heat can put athletes at serious risk of heat exhaustion and heat stroke. This legislation provides clear safety standards, emergency plans, and coach training to help prevent these emergencies. Protecting the health and safety of our students should always come first. I respectfully urge you to support. Thank you.
Assemblymember Guerra.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because our students, who are mostly children and teenagers, should not be expected to or shamed to choose not to participate in some sports or outdoor activities when it is immensely hot outside. Sports can be very emotionally and physically draining, and I know of many scenarios where athletes are often dehydrated because they are put to work for long amounts of times without rest or without breaks. Thank you.
We have one against this bill, so we will let her speak, and then we will break for lunch in a minute. So, yeah, we may or may not have time for one more bill. So, Assemblymember Williams.
Okay, so as an actual student athlete on the track and also in flag football, I feel that it should be I still need to practice an immense amount of hours just to compete with essentially every other athlete here that has the funding. So I feel this bill should steer more towards construction and shading of facilities in which we can work still to be in shaded areas, not necessarily taking down time or, but we should, I agree we should regulate some of the coaches and how extreme they are, but we should try to do more infrastructure so that athletes can still perform at our peak performance and be able to practice as much as possible because it is very dire. We cannot waste seconds, essentially. So I just want to make it more infrastructure and a little less coach, essentially. But yeah, that's my piece.
That is all the time that we will have left for this bill. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The chief clerk will now call the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 22 in favor and 0 against. This bill, having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The chief clerk may now read the next bill.
To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day passed SB 21, Senate Bill 21, an act that will provide equal and free access to menstrual products in public colleges and universities in the state of Nevada. End of bill. If we are not able to complete debate on this item, we'll pick it up when we get back, okay?
Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support for this bill. All across our state, period poverty is a pressing issue that affects members of marginalized communities, lower income communities, and even us where we sit now. We believe that we should provide for the free, equal, and equitable provision of menstrual products in all public colleges and universities in Nevada. I would like to remind you all that a law currently exists in Nevada which mandates the provision in junior highs, middle schools, and high school. The bill has been a resounding success, with schools being able to provide necessary needs for pads, tampons, and other sort of menstrual products. We believe that we should expand the success of this bill to include college students, because as we all know, they're infamously known for boiling ramen for dinner. What we believe is that no college student should have their quality of education compromised because they are unable to afford a basic necessity. We believe that this increases, without period products, it increases the risk of bacterial vaginosis and UTIs, which seriously compromises the education. I know there is a concern about funding. Two things to that. Firstly, most of the actual public colleges and universities already do this. We are simply targeting the small schools that are still saying no, either A, around the stigma of the provision of the products, or B, simply because they haven't thought about it or they haven't cared to implement it. I strongly, strongly urge that you support this bill so that our college students don't have to worry about their own health and can have the basic necessity of period products in their campuses. Thank you.
All right, Assemblymember Castellon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Since it isn't middle school or high school, we know that majority everyone will be able to use this, and it will be mostly used by everyone. So I think it should be put in every spot because there is more likely not somebody that won't need it. So I think it should be put in every spot. Thank you.
Assemblymember Mia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. While access to menstrual products is important, I oppose this bill because requiring public colleges and universities to provide these products free of charge could create additional costs for institutions that are already managing limited budgets. Funding for this program may take resources away from other student services, academic programs, or campus improvements. Additionally, many colleges already offer health centers, emergency assistance programs, and campus stores where these products can be obtained for these reasons. I respectfully oppose this legislation. Thank you.
That is all the time that we will have left for this bill before breaking for lunch. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The chief clerk will now call the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 21 in favor and 1 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. I now call the assembly to break for lunch.
All right, y'all. Good job. Before we go anywhere, sorry. One. How was that? Loved it? Y'all did really good. I'm really proud of y'all. Good job. I think the current game plan is that in just a moment we'll be breaking. I'm going to telepathically ask Courtney and Dayla if the Senate is currently breaking. Is the Senate breaking out? Does anyone know? Yeah. Huh? Oh, okay, cool. Can I break my girls first for the restroom? Or no? Okay. All right. Okay. So here's the game plan, folks. We are going to establish where every city is going to be meeting in the assembly chambers before we break for lunch so that y'all can get your beloved dollary dues for lunch. Does that make sense? And do people in the gallery also hear me? Hi, your attention, thank you. Okay, wherever Courtney is currently standing is where Buckley is gonna meet. Can I get a counselor from Buckley if there is one? If there is one, if not, that's okay. Delegates, I don't want y'all moving yet. I got plans, okay? So don't move yet. Taylor, did you have a question? Yeah. Try to take your things with you. Right. You should bring anything you're actually going to need for lunch. So, like, if you're going to the gift shop, if you're going to lunch, etc. But the other things, this chamber will be locked. So otherwise, you're good. So, Buckley is going to be over there where Shar is standing. Caffaretta is where Courtney is currently standing. So, if I have anyone from Caffaretta that's a counselor, cool. Thank you. Okay. Wherever Courtney goes next will be where Connolly is going. That's where Connolly's going. Do I have any Connolly counselors here? Fantastic. Thanks, Jade. All right. Wherever Courtney goes next is where Del Papa's going to be. Where in the world will Courtney go next? All right. That's where Del Papa's going to be. Do we have any Del Papa's counselors? Okay, can I assign Erie over there? Thank you. Okay. And wherever Courtney goes next will be where Matthews will go. Matthews? Oh, you know what? That works. That works. They're with Matthews. Okay, so you're going to go see Jen for Matthews. And then Winnemucca, where do y'all want to be? I can't have you both in the same spot. Sure, okay. 1 second. It is. I'm sorry? They're good? Okay. Not to stay. Courtney. All right, here's the continuation of the plan. The Senate is going to be joining us momentarily. They're going to be getting here by city, so I will be telling them where their city people are. Once everyone is here together, we may have a couple of like final announcements, right? Then you will get your dollary dues, and then you will be free to use the restroom, go to lunch, go to the gift shop, etc. But just for now, I'm going to have y'all hang out while we get the Senate in here to kind of prevent any insanity. Any questions in the meantime? Nope. All right. Y'all chill, and the Senate should be with us in just a moment. Excuse me, Nevada Girls State staff and delegates, if I may get your attention for one brief moment. Okay, so here's the game plan. Y'all are gonna need your dollary dues. Thank you so much, Maya. Before we give you your dollary dues, I would like the counselors to get a head count and make sure everyone in your city is here. If you are missing anyone, counselors, if you are missing anyone, I want you to hold your hand up. Sound good? Okay.
All the way back, butts and seats at 2 o'clock.
Okay. Counselors, when you have
Turn your microphone off.
Thank you, Courtney. Counselors, do we have everyone? No one's missing anyone? Okay. We don't have all the counselors? They're big girls. It's fine. I honestly, we'll find them. It's fine. All right. Hey, lock in, y'all. What is this, Connolly? Lock in, please. Thank you. All right. So I assume Courtney is probably getting the dollary dues. Oh, they're already handed out. Sick. Okay. So here's the thing. Please, everyone, lock in. I need you all back here, butts and seats, in seats, not coming back, not waiting for your food, not almost here, back in seats at 2 o'clock on the dot. Please. Understood? What time do you need to be back here in seats? 2 o'clock. Yeah, that'd be right. 1:55 would be great. When you, delegates, please. When you get to wherever you're going, what is the first thing you're going to do? Text Ayla. Yes, absolutely. If you run into any problems, especially in the last half hour of the lunch period, if you're like running into any issues with like your food taking a minute or whatever, like please let us know, right? But yeah, first and most important thing is to text Ayla when you get where you're going, and then be back here at 2 o'clock. Your Courtney and Dayla, is there anything else that they need to know? No? Okay. Please look both ways before crossing the street. Please get your dollary dues from your counselors. Please say please and thank you to all of the service staff that you work with. Tip well, if you can. Do your best. And be very kind to everyone, okay? Sure. Okay. Yeah, hang on, y'all. Sorry, Erie made a very good point. Excuse me. Erie made a very good point. If it is a priority for you to hit the gift shop, do it now because there will not be time later, right? I still want y'all to prioritize eating some food, but if your thought is like, I need to hit the gift shop, go to the cafe up here. Everyone I know who works here in Carson says the food is bomb. So go get the food here and then go to the gift shop. But we will not have time after session to hit the gift shop. So prioritize as appropriate. Do I trust them that good? Yeah. Okay. Anything else? No? All right. Hit lunch. Thank y'all. Hello, delegates. If y'all could return to your seats, please, so I could see who I am missing. Yeah, really quickly. Really quickly. Hi, sorry. So before we get back into session, I just want to take this opportunity to remind y'all of a couple of things. If you need any more like paper for the pages, they're up here at the front. When you go to speak, please remember to turn on your mic. When you request to speak, please remember to use your uppy, downy thing, right? So we have an idea of exactly what we're looking for in numbers, because, process. Was there any questions anyone had following the last half of session? No? Okay, cool. Is everyone still able to access the legislation? Yes, cool. All right. Lucy's in with me. Okay. I am missing 2 assemblywomen, it looks like. They might be in the restroom, so I'm going to give it about 2 seconds. If y'all can prepare to hit the floor and hit the ground running. Just a reminder to those in the gallery, please, stay focused in on the session. Don't fall asleep. Thank you.
This order is now in session. The chief clerk may now read the next bill.
Assembly Bill Number 6, an act that relates to unhoused individuals, establishes a program to assist unhoused individuals in obtaining identification and verification documents necessary to access food assistance programs, creates a limited grant fund for document costs, and provides for other matters properly relating thereto. End of bill.
The floor is open to discussion. Yes. Last chance for discussion. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The chief clerk will call the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 22 in favor and 0 against. The bill, having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The chief clerk may now read the next bill. Order of business number 7, messages from the Senate.
To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day passed SB 23. Senate Bill Number 23, an act that will prohibit the use of consumer personal data for surveillance pricing in grocery stores and protect consumers from discriminatory pricing practices in the state of Nevada. End of bill.
The floor is now open to discussion.
I just want to confirm with everyone, is anyone putting in a request to speak? No? Sure, yeah. This is Senate Bill Number 23, an act that will prohibit the use of consumer personal data for surveillance pricing in grocery stores and protect consumers from discriminatory pricing practices in the state of Nevada.
Talking about this bill, specifically talking about consumer protections, I would like to talk about how within social media and within the day and age of the internet, everything is online. And I think that especially because there's so much information readily available, big businesses can often use that and exploit people based on the information given. And so what this bill is mostly going for is making sure that there are consumer protections and that they aren't pricing you based on your income or what race you are, what sex. And so I think that's especially important if we believe in a fair and equal government. And I don't believe that big businesses should exploit anybody else. Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I second that in the day and age of our computers, it is absolutely horrific that we have these big companies that are quite literally hacking into our own systems legally and finding our browsing history, finding what websites we click on, what messages we send to people, and then using that to create different charges based on that. For example, you could have an individual who they know is shopping for luxury boutiques. For example, they can charge $14 for the same 18 eggs, whereas other people, or simply based on sex, you could have women being charged more because they're women. I think that that's unfair. I think that's discriminatory. And I think that this bill does a good job at creating the same prices for everyone, regardless of your browsing history and regardless of what you do on your own electronic devices.
Assemblymember Stark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I believe that not your data, your personal history should not impact the price of food, which is a necessity for us as human beings. That's all. Thank you.
Assemblymember Mia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I support this bill because consumers should be treated fairly when purchasing essential goods, such as groceries. No one should have to pay higher prices simply because a company has collected and analyzed their personal data. This legislation promotes transparency, protects consumers' privacy, and helps ensure that families are charged fairly and the products they need. By prohibiting surveillance pricing, Nevada can create more marketplace and strengthen consumer trust. I respectfully encourage to support this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I do support this bill and its idea, in regards for social media, since they are putting their personal information out in the open publicly, I was just wanting to bring to the discussion how would that fall under this legislation, because their personal information, they are willing to let everyone see it. Thank you.
Any more discussion? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Chief Clerk will now call the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 22 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The Chief Clerk may now read the next bill.
Assembly Bill number 14, an act that will address water scarcity in the state of Nevada. End of bill.
Assemblymember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. While I do believe we should address water scarcity in Vegas and in Nevada as a whole, one of the sections does kind of contradict the whole purpose of conservation of water, as it recommends to replace artificial turf with natural grass, and that would need more water just for its upkeep on different properties. Thank you.
Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in opposition to this bill. I think that the bill addresses a good problem, and I think that we do have significant problems of water in our state. However, firstly, I believe that it's mostly an issue because of federal allocation of water and water mismanagement. And secondly, I think that the reason why individuals in our state are using turf is because of the laws that we have that regulate their water consumption. So I think turf takes less water, and while I guess in a healthy ecosystem, yes, grass is good for water retention, when you have individuals trying to water their own grass, that's just going to take more water. So I think the bill is kind of cyclical, if that makes sense.
Assemblymember Jung.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. Just as my assembly member said, I also agree with the same thing, that replacing artificial turf and encouraging more natural grass would actually use more water instead of conserving it. And additionally, many of the bill's provisions are recommendations rather than actual measurable things that we can do. The legislation discusses how they want to educate the public and expand these different programs, but it doesn't specifically have a clear plan, such as if they want to fund different mechanisms, if they want to have a different target. It's very broad with its understanding. I'm also concerned that the bill assumes that strategies may work in one region of Nevada and apply to different areas. In southern Nevada, the climate and everything is very different from northern Nevada, so using one aspect of region of Nevada and comparing it to other regions doesn't really make much sense. So for those reasons, I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Nelly Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill, but it's more to a difference, and it's like instead of grass, it could be natural vegetation that does grow in the Sahara Desert, which could also help with the arid environment instead. And instead of using turf, we could use, the actual vegetation. Is the only input I could do. Thank you.
Assemblymember Stark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In accordance with the turf takes less water, to actually upkeep and keep turf looking well, you do have to still water it. And it can also contribute to things like the urban heat effect. So and natural grass just can produce more moisture into the air and cool our surrounding communities. That's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Assemblymember Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. We need a lot of greenery. I did a geology 104 at UNLV, and it's true what they say. We have created an urban city. Basically, the factors are it's because we have concrete buildings. It's horrible, but also it's the fact that we don't have moisture in the air from good plants that are creating that arid or that environment basically. And it also, I'm also an athlete, so it's also way better to play on real natural grass. It helps with tears on your legs and stuff like that. You don't get them as often. Turf rips all of us up, and maybe that's a safety issue on the athletics department and stuff like that, but it would benefit many, not just the regular people, So, yeah.
Assemblymember Beck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. The reason I support this bill is because I've noticed a lot of people have said that turf doesn't require as much water as natural grass. However, in Nevada, with our high temperatures, studies actually show that more water is used to cool down and regulate turf. So actually, it's way more water is actually used to regulate turf. And yeah, that's basically what I wanted to say.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Chief Clerk will call the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 8 in favor and 14 against. The bill, having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. All right. Order of business number 7, messages from the Senate.
To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day passed SB 27, Senate Bill 27. Senate Bill 27, an act that will establish the Nevada Medical Residency Stipend and Retention Program to provide monthly financial stipends to medical residents training in high-shortage specialties within the state of Nevada, require a 1-to-1 post-residency service commitment, and protect taxpayer funds through a private loan conversion mechanism in the event the service contract is not fulfilled. End of bill.
Assemblymember Williams.
So I know there are concerns of the funding, and I'm not sure quite how the amendments work, but I'm sure there should be amendments to the bill involving some funding for it. But basically, in 2025, Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford secured over $1.2 billion through numerous settlements and lawsuits against big pharma companies, essentially, and that is how, and he only delegated those funds be applied to healthcare spheres. So no education can grab from it, no one else can grab from it except for those educating, or except for those healthcare spheres, and that is like how this bill intends to take from funding. That is all.
Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Nevada continuously ranks among the bottom states in healthcare, and it is because doctors don't come to Nevada. They can get better residency deals and better medical school deals in states like California and Utah and Arizona, while Nevada ranks last because our doctors are in debt with no way to pay it. This program allows for the funding of their tuition and the funding of their debt and the relief of this in exchange for direct economic and healthcare contribution to our economy. Yes, they're taking money, but as my colleague has said, our Attorney General found these. We have generated the revenue from lawsuits on companies. We have the money, and simply this would be a better deal for a greater Nevada with better healthcare, so we can have individuals and we can have doctors specifically that can then work in Nevada, and it is a great incentive to have better doctors in our state. A better healthcare means a better population. Thank you.
Assemblymember Mia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I rise in support of this bill because if you think about it, more doctors in Nevada means shorter wait times and better access of health care. Supporting this bill because Nevada continues to face shortage of medical professionals in critical health care fields. By providing financial support to medical residents, this legislation encourages more doctors to train and remain in Nevada, helping improve access to healthcare for communities across the state. This bill also includes a service commitment requirement and safeguards to ensure taxpayers' funds are protected if participants do not fulfill their obligation. This is a practical investment in Nevada's healthcare workforce and the well-being of its residents. I respectfully encourage to support this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. So basically, I just want to elaborate on the direness of the healthcare situation. So we are 3,000 plus nurses short. We're 48th in healthcare, and then we're about 2,500 surgeons short per capita. So we really need to crack down on why it is that our healthcare it's not growing, it's not becoming a place for us to go to where we can get good quality, where we can have we can have people who know what they're doing essentially. And so when doctors graduate medical school, they don't just owe the principal loan. They have so much, they have $200,000 in loans, period, just from medical school. They have to do residency, which they do get paid for, $60,000, but the loan is being taxed. It has an interest rate of 8 to 9%, so it's going up another 100,000. And based off of a salary of like 60,000 a year, it's not going great for them. And that's why they're leaving to California. And that's why we're not getting their benefits of them, essentially. So that's on the direness of the situation.
Assemblymember Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill due to I believe it's a smart investment in Nevada's healthcare future. It helps attract and maintain medical professionals, and it supports the residents during the most financial times of their careers. And I believe that it protects the taxpayers' funds through strong accountability measures. For these reasons, I support this bill. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Chief Clerk will now call the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 22 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 7, messages from the Senate.
To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day passed AB 25. To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day did not pass Senate Bill 10.
The Chief Clerk may now read the next bill.
Assembly Bill number 23, an act that will establish an additional state tax of 0.25% on marijuana to require all public schools in Nevada to hire more school counselors specializing in mental health in order to improve the overall mental health of students. End of bill.
Assemblymember Boyd.
The Assembly bill that I have in front of me is Assembly Bill 37. What are you all saying? Sorry. My apologies, I will try that again. Assembly Bill number 37, an act that will establish an additional state tax of 0.25% on marijuana to require all public schools in Nevada to hire more school counselors specializing in mental health in order to improve the overall mental health of students. End of bill.
Assemblymember Etchen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I'm in support of this bill, not only because the students may not be getting the recognition or attention they may need regarding mental health, but having one counselor for every 400 to 600 students is absurd. Not only are students not being able to be heard out carefully, but the counselors may also be pressured heavily. Imagine handling over 400 young, complex minds, trying to make sure each and every one feels heard and valued in their everyday lives. It's hard to even manage your own feelings and emotions, as well as everyday tasks, especially as a counselor. I believe having multiple counselors to evenly distribute those harsh responsibilities would benefit all parties. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padilla.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. To add on to what our assembly member just said, to talking about the ratio, we have to understand that this ratio of one counselor to every 400 to 600 students is very overwhelming. And we have to remember that counselors not only are healthcare professionals, but they also help in the academic process by creating schedules, changing around schedules to ensure that all students are taking the correct classes, they're getting the right credits that they can graduate on time. So not only do they have the burden of listening to people's mental health and trying to help them, but also academically making schedules. Thank you.
Assemblymember Jung.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I would like to also agree with a lot of my assembly members. I think just looking at the statistics of Nevada with its mental health really just speaks for itself. Just as my assembly members have said before, the current ratio in Nevada for a student to a counselor is going to be 1 for every 400 to 600 students, while the nation average is 1 to 250. Also, Nevada ranks last nationally for youth mental health access. Additionally, 73% of Nevada youth with mental health issues receive no treatment at all, and 34,000 Nevada youth have contemplated suicide. So school counselors are really important. It's going to be free for all these Nevada students and is overall really important for the overall mental health of our students. Thank you.
Assemblymember Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because lower income students typically cannot afford mental health care, and it's really sad to know that Nevada ranks last in the nation for youth mental care access. So if we were to pass this bill, we would be helping many kids and like many people in general and students. Thank you.
Is there any opposition to this bill? Assemblymember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. While I do believe that schools do need more counselors with the overpopulation of students in each public school, a 0.25% tax on marijuana wouldn't be enough money to cover the full annual income of these counselors for each public school. Since there are a lot of public schools in Nevada and each counselor makes about $67,000 a year, a 0.25 marijuana tax would be relatively small to how many counselors we would need. Thank you.
Assemblymember Lily Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to say that, I rise in support of this bill because as I seen my counselor do so much work. I think she does an amazing job, don't get me wrong, but she does a whole lot. She does college sponsorship. She applies people for college. She helps people out for colleges, the schedules. And I think it's just so much students. Don't get me wrong, I feel like the people at my school are so emotional. So there's constantly people at my school in the consular, but there's just so much happening. Everybody wants to switch their schedule, and there's only 2 of them. So I don't think that's enough. So I do agree with this bill, and I do think that it should pass. Thank you.
That is all the time we will have for this bill. This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority vote in order to pass. The Chief Clerk will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 20 in favor and 2 against. This bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Is that correct? That's what it says. I don't think that's, yeah. That's what it, okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. So, the bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 7, messages from the Senate.
To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day did not pass Assembly Bill 6.
The chief clerk may now read the next bill.
Assembly Bill 20, an act that will establish and allocate funds through state taxation to cover transportation and delivery fees for food insecure individuals and families living in food deserts within the state of Nevada. End of bill.
Assemblymember Williams.
It's more like a question, like where's the state taxation, like how much and from where is it coming from? Maybe I didn't read, but yeah, that's the kind of the question essentially.
Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. To answer my colleague's question, Section 6, funding for this program will be generated through one of the following, a 0.25% tax on tobacco or alcohol products, a 0.25% tax on license plates, or a 0.005 tax on gambling. I support this bill. I think that we have individuals in low-income communities who have access to SNAP and they have EBT accounts. However, the lack of transportation isn't allowing them to actually get there. And what is quite fascinating is that they're allowed these benefits and that they're on these benefits, but that they then can't afford the delivery fee to actually get this food to them. So I believe that this bill will provide a good opportunity for food insecure individuals who are already on these benefits to actually ensure that the benefits are implemented to the best of their abilities. Thank you.
Assemblymember Lily Lopez.
Maybe not even. Never mind. I keep forgetting. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because no one should go hungry simply because they could not get to a grocery store. Many Nevada families have SNAP benefits but cannot use them effectively because the lack of reliable transportation and cannot afford delivery fees. Thank you.
Assemblymember Reyes Guerrero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Many food insecure individuals have access to SNAP benefits for food and groceries through electronic benefit transfer accounts, so EBT, essentially. However, many of the recipients of SNAP benefits do not have access to reliable transportation and are unable to travel to purchase the food they require. So I think it's generally unfair that they have enough benefits to get the food, but they aren't able to access it just because they're not able to go to a grocery store, any store that sells food in general. Thank you.
Assemblymember Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is more of a question or or I rise in kind of opposition would the tax on tobacco, alcohol, and those products that are mainly kind of used on the Strip and used by others who visit here, would that not kind of affect tourism, which would then affect economy? So that's just something a little put out there. Maybe if there's some way around that. Yeah.
With the permission of the body, I will speak on this bill. This bill is extremely important when we talk about access, and the fact is that a lot of these people are on SNAP because they cannot afford food, so it makes no sense why they would be able to afford the transportation fee, and it's already specifically, I want to talk about the point that Assemblymember Williams made of questioning if the tax on tobacco or alcohol products would kind of impact it. However, it also states within this bill that there would be a 0.25% tax on license plates, or again, another tax on gambling. So within this bill, there are a lot of different variations of taxes, which I think is a really good thing because it's not honing in on one thing that may impact it severely. Instead, it's like separating it out so that it doesn't really impact the economy too much. So within this, I think access is extremely important, and as our representatives, we need to do our best, and this bill, for sure, needs to be passed. Thank you. Assemblymember Cap.
I support this bill because it helps remove a major barrier to food access for Nevada families. Many individuals qualify for SNAP benefits but cannot use them effectively because they lack relatable transportation and cannot afford delivery fees. By covering the cost, these bills ensure that food assistance reaches the people in need of help. It's an improvement health outcomes and supports vulnerable communities across Nevada.
Is there any more opposition to this bill? This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority vote in order to pass. The chief clerk will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 22 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The chief clerk may now read the next bill.
Assembly Bill number 33, an act that will allow teenagers above the age of 12 to verbally testify during a divorce or child custody trial if they choose. End of bill.
Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. I believe that the aims of this bill are quite good, I agree, but when you actually research this bill and what the legal proceedings are, it's quite interesting because in the state of Nevada now, teenagers can already testify. They can already do this, and the only thing that this bill does is it circumvents the judicial authority, at which point the judge has to determine, is this evidence admissible, right? So is it hearsay? Are the teenagers mentally competent enough to testify? They still can testify now, and even without the bill passing, they still are able to testify. It's just up to the authority of the judge, which is the ultimate matter in the legal
legal proceeding. I think this is best because I don't believe that we should circumvent the judges. They've been appointed and they're the experts, not us. Secondly, it allows allowing teens to testify and mandating that any teen who wants to testify can testify causes immense both psychological and emotional trauma to teens, because especially in something so messy and so awful as a family divorce, putting them on the stand and forcing them to take a side with a parent is, one, an awful idea, but two, if they are and if this is the case and if that benefits it, they already can now. So overall, this bill is unnecessary and just simply circumvents the authority of a judge. There's no problem need solving. I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree on behalf of my fellow Assemblywoman, but also younger children under 12 can also tend to be a lot more brutally honest, as we all know, and teenagers can also lie out of fear of what could happen to them potentially if the parents manage to gain custody to them. Like, they could be afraid of what could happen to them specifically. Children could be more brutally honest about it, and those teenagers could lie, which could cause further issues once those teenagers are home, with it being unaddressed if the teenager says anything like, oh, everything is fine or whatever, you know. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Assemblymember Nelly Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to oppose this bill as I feel it is very unnecessary, especially because already, if you already know, I'm sorry. Okay. Especially since most of the divorced children, like the kids from the divorce, are usually younger or below, and happens early on. It's very it's already better for them to just not know and just split up and not really go through all that trouble actually defying and saying stuff about which parent they want to choose, especially a lot of stress on the kids in their part. Thank you.
Assemblymember Mia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition of this bill. I oppose this bill because I can just imagine how afraid the child might be. I can only imagine what their mind runs, thinking, oh, should I go on my dad's side? Should I go on my mom's side? I don't want no child to pick a side. It sounds really bad. And involving teenagers as young as 12 in divorce or custody trials can place them under a significant emotional stress at a young age and could evolve into depression in later age. Thank you.
Assemblymember Stark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. The teenagers involved in these cases are not forced to testify. They can choose whether they want to or not. This bill simply provides an opportunity to promote the First Amendment and let kids speak. It also gives a new perspective to the whole entire court case. Thank you.
Assemblymember Castellon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise as opposition of this bill. Since divorce isn't really much part of the children can be going through a lot, and putting them on the spot could really hurt them. And I just feel like they already are allowed to talk, and I think they should be able to choose when to talk, because they could be going through a lot, because it's a whole different lifestyle that they have to face, and I don't think they want to be choosing a side or be talking. Thank you.
Lily Lopez? Or Assemblymember Lily Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because, yes, what you guys are saying is true. It could affect a kid very bad in their mental health, because as a kid with divorced parents, it does affect you. But again, these kids are not forced to, what is it called again? to represent in court. What if they're getting abused and they don't want to stay with that parent? What if they're going through something with that other parent and they just don't want to stay with them? I think this bill should go through, but thank you.
Assemblymember Phillips Artis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to oppose this bill. Because I was originally going to support this bill, after hearing my other assembly members, I feel like it does more harm to the child because of the pressure and the stress of representing, and I feel like if the parents want to get a divorce, that should be between the adults, even if the child is willing to represent them. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
That's all the time that we will have for this bill. And then this bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Chief Clerk will now call the roll. There are 4 in favor and 18 against. This bill, having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of business number 7, messages from the Senate.
To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day passed Senate Bill 34. Senate Bill 34, an act that will require all owners of e-bikes and e-scooters to complete a short online course and purchase a registration for their vehicle, which must be carried while operating the vehicle, with a $10 discount on registration if both are completed on the same day, and will require an annual speed check to ensure vehicles cannot exceed 20 miles per hour. End of bill.
Assemblymember Nelly Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill, especially since there is a lot of mainstream in scooters and e-bikes that are not registered, and especially because there's very little education shown there's very little education shown whenever crossing roads, and there are many, and as shown in the bill, there are many fatalities happening because of this, and this must be enforced immediately. Thank you.
Assemblymember Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill. I think it was 2 weeks ago where I think it was a middle school or elementary kid in my neighborhood who got ran over and was essentially killed, right? He was riding an e-scooter, and the e-scooter had he had wired it to make it go faster than it should have been going. And so we need to educate the children and everyone on how to be safe, how to look both ways, how to do everything. I mean, soon, I'm supposed to be on an e-scooter. Actually, I'm going to be riding one for the first semester of senior year because I do not have transportation. And so if I could like get a more of a consensus and knowledge on education and on driving and the roads, I mean, as e-scooter riders have essentially next to none on it. So it needs to be a priority, frankly. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because as of right now, anyone can go out and buy an e-scooter. It doesn't have to be registered. You don't have to take any type of driver's education course. And most of the people that we do see riding these scooters and getting in accidents are young children because they can't drive a vehicle, right? So I think forcing them to take a driver's education course would make sure that they understand the rules of the road, that they're stopping at stop signs. Also, to add on to what my previous assembly members have said, when people go and they like try and tweak the e-bikes and scooters to make them go faster, usually when they add in like heavier batteries and stuff, it increases the stopping distance. It increases the stopping distance and the amount of force that's behind it, making sure that, causing that when accidents do happen, it's a greater collision and they actually do get more injured because in trying to make it go faster, it's actually causing more damage when they do get in accidents. Thank you very much.
Is there any opposition? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Chief Clerk will now call the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 22 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The Chief Clerk may now read the next bill.
Assembly Bill number 16, an act that will require public schools to implement solar energy systems, establishing the Clean Energy for Schools grant. End of bill.
Assemblymember Lily Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because it is a smart investment in Nevada's future. It will save CCSD or other schools and Nevada from a lot of debt. Nevada receives plenty of sunshine, making solar energy a reliable and cost-effective power sources for school. By lowering electricity costs, schools can spend more money on textbooks, supplies, sports equipment, and field trips. Thank you.
Assemblymember Stark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill. Nevada gets an overwhelming amount of sunlight, and putting energy solar systems on schools would allow less space in the desert, for example, to be taken up, and allow our infrastructure to be used in a very positive way. Thank you.
Assemblymember Bloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. I believe that our schools should absolutely transition to green energy. I believe that solar energy is an amazing way we can do this. However, simply, this is just not logistically practical. The requirement of the bill to go to 100% solar energy would cost millions and millions of dollars to our school systems and take years to actually build. Solar energy is the most expensive form of green energy, and while I do believe that the bill is a smart idea, and I do believe that schools should implement solar energy and that this grant is a good idea to do so, I believe that the actual requirement of building solar energy would already stress our school districts, such as Washoe, which is operating in a $240 million budget deficit, and Clark, which is operating in a $50 million budget deficit. While this is an amazing idea, the facts of the matter are that our schools do not have the money and they do not have the time to do 100% solar, in which case I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Assemblymember Castellan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to opposition of this bill. Just like she said, I also believe it's so much money, and there's so many schools that would need it, and I just don't think we have enough funding for it. And I would say like it would be very hard to like install, and like many schools, especially in Washoe, need to prioritize in other things than solar panels. I think it is really a smart idea. It would just take too much time, money, and I think they should be worrying on other things. Thank you.
Assemblymember Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support for this bill because some points that other assembly members have brought that it would be so much money. This bill is not saying that like, boom, in like 1 year, every single school would have 100% solar panels. This could be something that's gradual, and once they are installed, it could be something that actually does save a lot of money because solar panels would only need to like be required like maintenance just in case they break, but also would help to like would help with pollution of our state as well, because in schools there's so many things like computers, smart boards, printers, all the things that need energy, and you know, this doesn't have to be something that's super fast, but over time we can work towards it. Thank you.
This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass. The Chief Clerk will now open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Okay. This bill, having failed to receive the constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of business number 7, messages from the Senate.
To the Honorable Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate this day passed Assembly Bill 37.
Thank you and welcome to our chamber. Thank you for your message. I will now appoint a committee consisting of Assemblywoman Castellon and Assemblywoman Sanchez to inform the governor that the assembly is ready to adjourn. Sandai. Also, I will now appoint a committee consisting of Assemblywoman Stark and Assemblywoman Williams to inform the Senate that the assembly is ready to adjourn. Sandai. Will the committees now depart from the chamber to deliver their messages and report back to the assembly as soon as their missions are accomplished? The assembly will be in a brief recess. Please do not leave the chamber. Assembly Member Phillips Artis.
Madam Speaker, I move that the 2025 session of the Nevada Girls State Assembly adjourn. Signed I.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say yes. All opposed say no. Motion carried. The 2026 session of the Nevada Girls State Assembly is adjourned. Signed I.
Alrighty, Assembly. Good job, y'all. Super proud of you. Yeah. Okay, so I believe we are waiting for our colleagues from the Senate to rejoin us so that we can make a game plan from there. I'm gonna have y'all hang out here, and then Courtney or Dayla will give you further instruction in just a moment. If you need anything, don't hesitate to holler. No, I'm sure we will be collecting it. I'm not exactly 100% sure what the plan is, but I'm actually going to take this moment just to say, while we're waiting, if you have any drinks on your desk, I should have said this earlier, but I figured y'all would be busy. So make sure those are towards the front and that they're not getting spilled. Yeah? Front away from the electronics. Okay, Dayla's coming around to pick up some of the stuff.